Hey, good morning. Let's see if it works now. I've been trying to fix this for like half an hour. Oh shit, I forgot to change the title. We're not playing classic. That we are not doing. We're doing a morning stream. I'm gonna change the title. Okay. Good morning, Spray Paint. Oh, really? Twitch ad on my own channel. Let's see here. I wanted to change the rights. I forgot my... It's so dumb. I forgot my password to Twitch. So I had to like reset everything to go live today. And it's like, it's on three different devices. That I had to do it. And I have like two-factor on everything too, so. I think I've done this so many times that Twitch is just not even sending me a verification code anymore. Because I've done it on 3 devices already. And now I'm trying to do it on my laptop and it just won't work. Damn, Spray Paint. Monkey, no it wasn't. Let's see here if I can change the title in this app. Title morning stream. Hello. I guess that's not it. Right. I probably need to have no albs activated on my PC. Wait, give me 1 sec. Oh, man, for fuck's sake. No albs is not working anymore because it can't authenticate Twitch, of course. Everything broken down. Christmas presents? What? What does that mean? Yeah, I can't edit it. I can't do it on my laptop either. Hey Stinky, hello. Let's see here. Oh, what a headache. I've already been sitting like 40 minutes with this. When the morning productivity stream becomes your drag, feels bad, man. And Twitch stopped sending out verifications. Maybe I can change it in the Twitch mobile app. Bro, found in your authenticator app. Yeah, I have an authenticator app. I hope it's working. Okay, that worked on mobile at least. So let's see if we can change this. Let's see if we can change this. We should be able to, I feel like. Stream manager. Yay! Morning stream. Okay. Yeah, I need to fix the to-do, but I can't sign in. I can't sign into Twitch on my laptop, and thus I cannot like access the to-do. This is, I'm sorry, this is so wonky. I feel like the authenticator should also work over there. So let's try 9. Ha! It did, even though it said only SMS. Okay, that's good. We are in. What was I gonna do here? Right. The morning. Morning list. Morning. Okay, the only thing that's missing now is this. morning, Jesus. Nice. Okay. How do you edit things in this to do again? Add task, delete task. Delete. What is on the list nowadays? Delete all tasks. Did that work? Delete. Wrap up GT email. Is that gonna work? I think so. Delete. Finish and send Elias or I don't even remember what's on the to-do. I hope that was right. No, that wasn't right. Delete, finish, and send Ella Corpa. There must be like a command that just clears it. Clear all tasks. Thank you, Sayofra. I thought I was gonna have to figure out everything that was on that list and like write it out exactly correctly, word for word. And I was just like, this ain't it. This ain't the morning that I'm looking for having. Already spent an hour trying to just set it up. Hey Zero, how are you? Nothing to do anymore, can go back to sleep. No, we do have stuff to do. Alright. I might bring you guys with me to the gym. Oh, really? Hey, Matilde. Matilde, have you sent me an email? Let me check. Good morning, good morning. Oh my god, why do I have authenticators everywhere? I know why I have it. But what a drag. Imagine coming to someone's chat and just chilling out and then being called out. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Okay, Siofra. Are we cooking today? Cooking? I don't think we're cooking, but we're gonna make a breakfast. And we'll make coffee here in this room. And then I think soon after that we'll probably hit the gym, so we can add that to the list of things. So add gym stream. Gym stream. Add I'm gonna work this morning on the Swedish classic. Ooh, that sounds so good, Matilda. Matilda, you're not here for work, but I don't know if you saw our last event with the Ella Swedish Classic, but the next one is coming up if MI5 is interested in something, somehow. So, let's see. Yeah, if you have anything that adds up, we're open. Good morning, Lucky. Thanks. Good morning, Pendagron. Okay, this is my small to-do list at the moment. Do you always start the day with a to-do list? Yes, I try to. If I'm not streaming and doing it in this way, I do it like this. I don't know if you can see anything. Like that. It's like I have my most important things at the top and then like the not so important things at the bottom, and then I cross them out. And if I don't do this, I really I lose a lot of structure in my day. Sometimes I'm better at it and sometimes I'm worse. Good morning, Deluxe. I'm good. It took me forever to start the stream today because I had to like get the stream key on every device I have, and like my apps and stuff were not connecting with yeah, everything was just out of sync. What happened to the music? Judging by how this morning has gone, I feel like this is just one of those days where just everything is non-functional. It's like, am I still live? Today is a test. Hey Melis. So good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Today is the 27th. We are heading into February, everyone. Have you guys been following the developments in AI recently? Ah, you got bamboozled, Deluxe. I'm sorry about that. No, it's definitely something I adopted because of the ADHD, but actually I adopted it before before I knew I had ADHD. And it just seemed to be more functional for me to do. And so it's something that I adopted before that, but I learned afterwards that for people with ADHD, having to-dos really can be exceptionally helpful. And it really is. Like, I'm a very much out of sight, out of mind type of person due to all of the distractions and where my focus goes. But like every time I see this thing, like I'm like, I get taken back to what I need to do. So I always like when after I make my bed and stuff, and I'm done with my to-do, I put this on my bed, like on top of it, so that it's always visible, it's always there, I see it. If I leave the room and I come back, it's there. It tends to usually get into my mind, and then I'm like, oh, what's next, you know? Unless I'm already in a flow and I kind of know what I'm gonna do and stuff. But I'm not always in a flow state, you know? Hey Nachtfly, good morning. You'll give it a try? I will get sidetracked pretty easy too, and then I feel anxious for not getting anything done. Yeah. Um, yeah, for me, to-dos really help in that regard. Just remember to not beat yourself down if there are days that you miss, because it's like, okay, I'm on the 27th now. Yesterday I did 26th, and then the day before that I did the 25th, but the 25th one, like, I got distracted in the middle of doing my to-do in the morning. And so, like, I never came back to it throughout the day. So there's literally just 3 things on my to-do at that point, and then it's just, it's done. And the day before that, I did one, but then there was like 3 consecutive days where I didn't do any to-dos. But I really love this book because of how it is structured. So I'll show you. At the very top, you have where you put the date, and then there's these 3 boxes, and in those 3 big boxes, like, so you put the date, and then you have like your morning routine, your evening routine, and they're in like small little boxes. Then you have these 3 large boxes, which are your most important tasks of the day that you put up there. And then you have a row of like road stuff that I do these smaller tasks on, and I add a little box next to it. So I write all of my to-do in those rows, and then on the opposite side there's like this dotted sort of like bullet journal-y type of paper looking stuff, and there I kind of like, this is my free range whatever. And then at the end of it there's the what did I do well today, and then today I've learned, so that there's also space for reflection if you have time for that. You have your to-do list on your iPad, and it's a huge one, so I can then split the screen between your tasks and schedules. So I can just glance at the screen and see how the day will go. Oh, that's nice. What a structure. That's next level. You have the opposite problem. Everything is on your mind all the time. Damn. Planet arrangement? I've never been much into that. No judgment though. But yeah, this helps me not get lost in the day, that's for sure. I keep them, but I very seldom look back. Yes, that's true, Melis. And sometimes, like, well, I didn't do this when I was a teenager, that's for sure. But like, I have diaries and journals from when I was a teenager, and holy, I think if I just go even 3 years back and I look at like stuff that I've written in books or even online, I'm like, holy, 100%. The cringe is so good. Oh, the cringe is to the bone. It's to the bone. It's to the gut. It's to the. It's the cringe goes from here into your soul, and then it comes into your tarmsystem. What the fuck is that in English? Your intestines, where the poop goes, and then literally you can feel the cringe all the way to your asshole. Like, that's how cringy it is. For real though. I think sometimes I'm I'll tell you how cringe it is. It's so cringe that one time a viewer messaged me. Well, actually, it wasn't a viewer. It was a former, like, a childhood friend, basically, that had found my Twitch. They messaged me on Facebook, and they were like, Moral, as you're a bit of a public figure, it's probably best if you go and delete your old blog that you had online when you were like 15. And I was like, huh? How so? And I googled it and I found it, and when I was reading it, I was like, holy. Like, I could just read in the text that I have ADHD. I would type. Like, if you could type ADHD out, that was it. And it was like, did I delete it? I don't know if I deleted it, but I did unlist it, I think. Let me actually check. I think at the time when he messaged me that, I was like, nah, whatever, it's old. Yeah, it's not on. It's old, nobody cares. But then when I went through some of the stuff, I was like, it's better. Oh no, then the thing happened where the guy got cancelled for something that had been said like 15 or 12 years back. And then I was like, maybe it's best I delete that blog. You want to read it? Oh god, no, you don't. It's kind of like, oh, this guy in school is so hot. And then it goes, this guy is so hot. I can't even type it, it won't let me. Like this. Like, the whole blog posts are just like written in this way, and then it's like shaming people, and like it's extremely judgmental, but it's also extremely judgmental of myself, but in a way that is completely detached from the judgment, if that makes sense. So it's like, I don't mind, like, I'm not sad or mad or whatever. It just is, and it's just all over the place like a fucking vomit. That's what it was. It doesn't exist anymore, Matilda. Yeah. But man, imagine if people could just be. I wonder how much I've changed just because society kind of like forces you to. Not saying it was a bad change. I'm glad I've matured and I'm a little bit older now. And I don't type like that or think like that, because that's the thing. Like, it was sort of like almost the thinking. And I remember one of the blog posts is like, hey guys, do you guys also just feel like you're like there's inherent machinery inside of you that just needs to come out? And it's like, it's almost frantic. But, you know, I didn't know back then that I had ADHD. And it was completely like rampant and pure, I would say. As I've grown older, like a lot of the ADHD symptoms I've learned, like I've grown, I've learned to recognize what they are and what is going on and stuff. But yeah, I mean, that would be a field day, I think, for anyone. But who cares, right? Like, I was a kid. So what are y'all up to this Monday morning? Are you going to work? Are you having a chill day? You stayed up late working on a proposal for a new mission, so you're taking a chill until you wake up enough for actual work. What the hell is Lotro? Oh, Lord of the Rings or something? Oh shit. Pandagadon, that sounds terrible. Yeah, Deluxe, that's true. Kids growing up nowadays. Oh. Yeah, Melis took the question out of me. Okay, it's time to work on the Ella event stuff. Actually, maybe I'll read a little bit first. No, I'll work on the Ella stuff. I'm gonna work on the Ella stuff. That's the best I can do now. Hey Persian dude, how are you? Dude, like, it's crazy. I have this Mac, and I got it because I had to go to an event once. Um, and I needed to showcase some stuff on, like, there we go. On a laptop, and my laptop was broken, so I had to get a new one, but there was no laptop available to buy that would be new that could handle the system that I was going to showcase at that event that had like an English layout. Because, yeah, I was in, yeah, there just wasn't one. And I was like, damn. And the only one that was available that I could buy and that would arrive in time, because it was like a 2 days before going, was this Mac, I don't know what MacBook Air. And I love it, but it's been like over a year or more, maybe 2 now, and I still don't know how to operate it properly. Yeah. Yeah, the MacBook is fast, it's good. I really love using it for work too. But it's difficult. Well, that's the thing with work, right? I love my work. Both here on the AI stuff with the group, but also with Save the Children. But a lot of the time, you gotta do shit you don't like. Even if, like, in a on on a higher level, you love it, you know. Yeah, it's difficult. It was very difficult and frustrating in the beginning. Okay. Yeah, indeed, Melis. And I think sometimes, like, well, it depends what it is. But sometimes I feel like the moments where you feel the most, like, proud or, like, good about what you've done is when you've overcome doing the things that you just really didn't like doing, but that needed to be done in order to, I don't know, get there. Yeah, right? No, it's funny how that works. But it's true, and it's like sometimes just overcoming those hurdles. But once you get into the zone as well and you like start working on it, sometimes it just good shit comes out. And yeah, it is hard to write a proposal for funding. I mean, I have to do it as well a lot in my job. It's probably not exactly the same, but in a sense, you know, working on this is it's kind of what I'm doing now. Although already done the, we call it pitch decks. Um, pitch decks. I've already done it for this event in particular, but it's it can be hard to like sort of organize and lead and create an event that in reality, Matilda, close your ears. She's one of the people I would potentially send something like that to. It's a bit okay, I'll just be honest. It's very difficult to know exactly what the outcome is going to be. Now, obviously, I've done this so many times now that I can sort of predict a plausible outcome, but you can never fully know what's going to happen in a production like that. But yeah, I guess for you, it's like for something that doesn't exist yet, like a product or a project or a research. I don't know exactly what it is that you're proposing to get funding for, but I get it. And it can be daunting to start that process and like put all the elements together and everything. But once you're done with it, it's like, yeah, not bad, not bad. Do you guys want to see my Ella pitch deck? Actually, I don't have the pitch deck here now, but I have the wrap up of the past event. Looks like this. I don't think you will be able to tell anything. It's just a lot of statistics and shit like that. Yeah, yeah, Matilda, same. And it's like you can perform really well on one event. Like, let's say I put together an annual charity event and it performs like within a certain parameter, but maybe that year, like, you cannot control how much people give to charity. That's almost like it doesn't even matter how big the creator is. You have a scope, but it's like you can never know. One year it can just be freaking out of this world, and another people might be struggling, and yeah. Yeah, from statistics and numbers perspective, it was a good uh, event for sure. Like every sponsor that was involved was very, very pleased and happy. And I mean, we were very pleased and happy. And even though it, like, on a technical level, didn't go as we had hoped, um, the it almost added to the event itself to have it go like that. In a sense, it added to the emotion and the feeling. When everything runs seamlessly and everything is perfect, it's also, in a way, it's, yeah, the drama, exactly. So in a way, I think it was the perfect amount of spice. However, for this year, we've done a lot of R&D on the production side of things, and like the gear and everything, because for every single event that we've done with Ella, we've needed to change his gear up all the time. So like when we did the biking the first time, right? Then he had like a vest on and like a GoPro on his chest, and it worked really well. Like, I'm surprised, like, for a first event like that, like, we really nailed it. But a lot of preparation went into it. But then the next one is like open water like swimming. So you can't like mount a chest camera to you. Like how the hell are we gonna get Ella's POV in a swimming race? And it was just like, that's not gonna work. So I had to call around and get a boat for the event, and then like have Zero sit in the boat and like with the setup, and have the boat like go next to Ella, and like to organize that within a race like that is already established. It's just kind of is it's not easy sometimes. The amount of like calling around and like organizing that goes into these, and then for this running, if he would have had a chest cam, I swear the whole audience would have left the stream, because not because they wanted to, but because no, drone was not allowed. Um, Not because they wouldn't want to, but because they would get like nauseous, because the camera would be swinging like this constantly. So we had to like figure out another camera setup that would work and sit on him in a way that his running movements wouldn't like make you sick. Um, and then like also making it function, because it's like all this gear, and then like making it as portable and compact as possible and as lightweight as possible, because these are endurance races, right? Like, yeah. And then for the skiing, like the harsh conditions of like the cold, batteries being drained like 70% faster because of the cold and everything. Yeah, there's just so many elements just on a tech side, but we've done so much R&D that I think we will have a really solid cast from Ella. And he's actually in the slopes right now, I think, practicing with the new setup. So hopefully everything is gonna go well. I'm really excited. But then there's like the other portions, right? So we have a bunch of content creators that come to the studio. It's also about like hiring the studio, the quotes and everything that go into that, and it's a lot of money, and that needs to. I've tried to ensure that Ella never has to pay anything out of pocket for these events. So landing sponsors to help cover costs and all these things is a big portion of it. But then you need to follow up, and so yeah, it's similar to your work for sure. Proposal work, reports, and rinse and repeat. interesting stuff. I always wonder why you don't really talk about what goes into projects more. It's interesting, maybe not for so many people though. Um, yeah, I just think that I will bore people by talking about all the aspects that go into organizing and leading, like, and what I do. Yeah. But that's also kind of like why I wanted to start doing these streams, like the morning streams, where I just kind of sit here. Although I will say the morning streams definitely distract me a lot, but it's not too bad. Um, that's also something on me to kind of like figure out. But what I was gonna say is like I would like to stream more, but the past year, 2024, was so busy with work, mainly because the AI stuff took a lot of my time. But then Bashir, Athene, actually told me, he was like, you know what? I think a lot of people would just like to see the process of your work that you're doing on the AIs. But also with the AI stuff, a lot of it is um, secret. So it's like there's only so much that you can show, but like the process of. So there was a time last year, like a big portion of the year, that I would design all of the. What's it called? All of the influencers that we make. But the process of designing influencers, sometimes like the results that you get like as part of the iteration process and stuff, look so funny and so terrible and so sometimes demonic and like weird and like not right, and it's really a skill to get it right, at least at that point, like with where tech was just like January last year. My god, like I could spend 13 hours on one influencer to get them right. And yeah, and it like, and you know, throughout the process and like what you see, like there's some really funny moments. And so Bashir actually suggested that if I could, I should just stream my work and like share parts of it sometimes that wouldn't be, you know, tech sensitive or whatever. Um, and like allow people this room to kind of get a view into it all. But like it was just too many components, and it would just slow me down, and so I never ended up doing it. But then after the charity stream last time, Gaming Tuesday, I kind of thought about, you know, I do when I did the charity stream, I really enjoyed doing it. I missed sort of the interaction with people because last year was, I think, one of the heaviest years work wise I've had, apart from 2018. Intensity wise. And so I feel like my work was isolating me a bit, and I really missed that sort of interaction. So, as an incentive, if people were interested in reaching that, I added this as something that I would introduce more, and I really like it. I actually really like it. Even though it definitely makes me a little bit less uh, productive, but it's okay. So for Ella's event, there's quite a lot of components that go into it. Um, you have, oh, thank you, roll six. You have the content itself and structuring the content, because when you're doing a live stream like this, like through OBS or whatever, you don't need to structure the content so much. So like for the biking stream, for example, that we did, we didn't need to do that. We strapped the chat and the live stream on Ella's, you know, bike, so he could read and engage and carry kind of the stream in a sense in his own way. And like everything was working on him. He had his backpack and all. And then the only component that would really like go into the content outside of that would be, you know, incentives and the hosts and and reading donations and having a Ella just sort of be the main character of it all. Um, and just ensuring that he had enough batteries and like meeting him up at stations to provide those batteries. Then but to elevate sort of everything, right? Like with a production setting, it's very, very different. It doesn't work with OBS. You can't just like switch scenes, and the amount of control you have goes to a very specific people who need to have like a very set schedule of what is going to happen throughout the cast. But with the nature of something that we're creating, you can't predict what's going to happen. Like Ella got disqualified last skiing event, you know? So while you're giving away control, you're also giving you in if for you to be able to have some form of control, you need to give it away with a lot of structure. And creating that structure requires a lot of planning. Yeah. Yeah, it will be interesting to know, Zero. I quite liked the biking setup. I think the biking setup already has been quite optimized since we had the biking stream. Like the IRL setup that we made has been optimized like crazy. So even in that regard, it shouldn't be too heavy. Like it wouldn't even require a lot of batteries. Basically for the biking setup, all he needs is pretty much the same setup I have here, and just the chest rest, and like 200% loaded battery packs, which they're not heavy. So, and that should last, well, actually, 18 hours. Mm. And I think what also, Zero, what we don't need to do for him is we don't need to put the backpack or like set it up in a way where it's actually mounted on his back for the biking again. What can be done is, because the bike, you can get like a bag on the bike that you attach to the rail of the you know where you sit on, and it can be the stuff can be on there. It doesn't need to be on his back. I think we just need to optimally like kit out his bike more and really be creative with it and have him practice to ensure that it's comfortable. The bike will be a tiny bit heavier, but it's like I think the difference will be uh it will be a much nicer difference for him, because if he also practices with the bike prior, he will be used to the little extra weight that ends up on the bike rather than on him. Yeah. It depends, Deluxe, if we figure out a good system for it. But yeah, and so for this time, like, um, One thing that we really missed out last time on the studio production, for example, was proper catering and like food for everyone. And people work in shifts, so ensuring that, you know, there's food and stuff for everyone. I want to hire like an actual catering firm that comes in with breakfast, because we're getting up at 4 a.m. and we start the cast at like 5, 6 a.m., you know. Um, so, like breakfast, lunch, dinner for everyone in the studio and all the guests and the hosts. Zero has been helping a lot with incentives and the collaboration list with Twitch. So yeah, there's also components that I can't talk about deluxe, I think, because it then also kind of like ruins a lot of surprises or elements that are private before the cast, I guess. Let's get Melissa as a host. Would she want to? It just, being bad makes it good, honestly. Hey, I'm bad on purpose. Because if I would be good, like, then we just have too many good hosts, and, like, we can't have that. We gotta change it up somehow. Yeah, that's boring. I feel like that would be a throwback to ESA. It's for the group dynamic, yeah. You do need to have at least two no self control hosts. Yeah, it's pretty fucking crazy. I didn't even realize that we haven't met. It feels like we've met. Okay. Alright, let's see here. Zero, for catering, do you think people would mind if I hire a really good vegan? Because I was looking at catering options, right? It would be everything would be vegan, but like it would be a good vegan place. So it's like all the options are really nice and fulfilling and healthy. So that way I don't have to worry about Michi being vegan, Linda being vegan, but like, you know, and then some people wanting meat and then some, you know, it would make it very easy, but I'm afraid that people who are not vegan are going to be pissed about having to eat vegan for one day. But I mean, it's like, surely that's not going to be an issue, right? Bang to the bang. You're a protein guy, but you wouldn't mind. But like the thing is, like if I would get a vegan hiring service, they would they would make sure that there's a balanced protein intake. Like I would want that myself. And there's a lot of vegan protein like that is even higher protein than chicken, for example, like seitan, um, or like tofu or whatever. Yeah, that's the hope medalist that they come and they serve up like a buffet style, lots of different options of food. You're forcing everyone to be vegan. It's just for one day. And I'm not forcing them. They can if they don't like the catered food that will be there, then maybe they can just, they can buy their own food. I mean, isn't it nice that people are getting free food, breakfast, lunch, and dinner for free anyway? And it's not salad. It's gonna be actual meals. It's gonna be actual good, hearty options, stews, or bolognese like meals and snacks and stuff. There will be a lot of vegetables. I'm not vegan zero actually. I'm not vegan, but I know that there are a couple of vegans there. Like last time there were two or three. Yeah, I get it, Savvy. Yeah, that's not a bad approach. What was the vegan chicken again? No, vegan chicken can be anything if you basically depends on what type of replacement meat you get. But the the one thing that has more protein than chicken that vegans usually eat is called seitan, like this. It's so good. Like if it's cooked properly, seitan is so freaking good. There's a restaurant here in Forst that does like Asian food, and they do something that is called a vegan duck. So whenever you go to a place and they have a vegan duck, it's made with seitan, and it tastes so freaking good. It's insane, and it has a very very high protein. Uh, yeah. But yeah, I think that will be nice. I mean, for a lot of people, a lot of these meals that are going to be made with like a tofu or corn or whatever a replacement meat that is more of a natural, um, they probably won't even recognize that it's vegan. I guess I didn't realize. I personally think a vegan diet is a bit for me too much. That's why I'm not vegan. But I do think that it's fully possible without it being anything crazy. Like I know a lot of vegans, and so I see what they eat, and there's plenty of protein and there's plenty of stuff. What you do need to be careful of, though, if you are vegan, is to make sure that you're getting the variety of proteins that you need in order for your body and everything to yeah, work optimally. Because you get certain things, you get some, what are they called? The things that bind, is it proteins? Like I don't know, you need like very specific ones. And on a vegetarian diet you can get everything, and on a vegan diet you can also get everything, but you need to eat specific vegetables, and you need to eat specific, just to make sure that you're getting the range. And if you're not getting the range, you need to be on top of that. It's your health after all. Yeah, amino acids, yes. Yeah, I'm vegetarian for I don't even know how long now, but I also supplement with vitamin B, B12, and that's it. Well, I think the reason I'm trying to opt for a great vegan place that just knows how to make a variety that makes everyone happy and satisfied, like food wise. I'm not talking about here's salad, or anything like that. It's like a good vegan place knows how to make really hearty, wholesome food where you wouldn't even think like, oh, this is vegan, if you know what I mean. So to get like a place that can specifically do something like that really well, because I've done a lot of events. So for example, during after and I host a lot of events where I have to think about the vegans or the vegetarians. At Save the Children, for example, we have our Save the Children stream team of content creators who have fundraised for us throughout their careers. And at every event I go to, whether it is a TwitchCon or a DreamHack, I hold and host a stream team event for our content creators. And usually that's in the shape of a mingling event where people get to meet each other. And that's, I invite industry partners that have worked with Save the Children. So, like, let's say Elgato or Cherry Extra 5, Fractal Design, these companies that we work with. And then I invite the content creators as well because it's nice for them to have a getaway where they eat some food and also meet fellow content creators in an environment that is safe. And they also get to connect on a personal level with brands, which is a great opportunity for them. So this is kind of like how I add value, and so it's a cost that I put out in whether it is a buffet or whether it is I find the venue or I hire a venue or like some form of firm like this. Now, yes, I will tech candidacy. That's the one I'm sitting and planning right now. But like every time I do this, obviously I cater to everyone who eats meat more so than anyone who's vegan or vegetarian. And and what I've noticed by doing this is that there are times, for example, last time at Ella's skiing event, I held a celebration dinner for everyone involved afterwards. And the vegan options were so underwhelming. Because like you get so much of the other stuff that when they don't specialize in vegan food, the vegan food that is provided is like, here's a small potato salad and like a few chickpeas, and it's so underwhelming, and like the options then for them become unsustainable. Like you can't like go a day on that, or like if I would have a catering firm that like just does normal food and then they add like the vegan component is gonna leave my the producer in the studio tired, and she's gonna sit there from 4 a.m. until probably 10 p.m. She's gonna be tired and not have the proper intake. But if I hire a vegan firm, they're gonna make sure everyone gets their protein and macros and everything in a hearty way. Like they will make the food good, and I think everyone will be satisfied. Because for the people who are really, I just want to eat meat or whatever, they can still do so. Um, but everything is provided for. All your essentials are provided for, essentially, and in a way where we're really getting like the best of the best. So I'm really, yeah. It's just I'm not so familiar with vegan food in Stockholm, like which one is the best or which catering firm would be best. If this was being held in Berlin, holy shit, like the I would be able to put together a culinary experience that would just blow people out of their mind. Yeah, that's what it's gonna be, Ermin. Hopefully. Yeah, I know, Zero. I think so. I'm gonna be, it's on my to do, and I will be doing it this week. I will be getting some quotes from different companies, and I will be explaining the event and the times, and then we'll see which one fits the budget and uh, and what they offer, and then I'll take it from there and sort of get all the details in order. And I'll make sure that they do the delivery, the setup and everything, because literally last time I didn't even have time to like set up the food properly for people that I ordered. Um yeah, it was annoying. But I think it will be okay. And I think like people who normally eat meat, like I mean they're just there for a day and they can also order in whatever they want if they want something else. But I think for them like to have a wide variety, like a buffet of like lots of food is a nice thing regardless. So and it will feel nice and it will be tasty. So I don't think they will necessarily complain. And I think the vegan and people will be very very happy because there will be a lot of option for that. I just think everyone will be happy this way, either way. I mean, you can eat whatever you want, Sene. I eat eggs. But yeah. Uh, yeah. Yeah, that's fine, Deluxe. I will let people know. I will write down like what will be there and what people can expect. I'm sending out the message to influencers today. Um, I think 0, just the list of the new people that are gonna be invited, aside from everyone who has already been invited in the past. Because I do think we can accommodate some more people. Did we write them down on Discord, 0? I think apart from that, it's just Lepa? Lepa? Okay, that's good then. Then I have everything I need. What the fuck? I like how when I type El Gato in the notes on the MacBook, it just auto changed it to Legato. And now it says El Gato is wrong. Legato, legato. really, Pudding Man? Damn. Didn't know that. Good morning, Bufu. Oh yeah, the merch store as well. Man, there are always, I'm so glad I'm doing this. There's always shit that pops up. The merch store performed really well last time. I have some cool new items for it, but I feel like I want to add more items, although that's not going to be the priority. All the other shit has to be prioritized first since there's already stuff going to be on the merch store. But yeah, I think it would be nice with some extra items. Yeah, Ella merch. The giveaways was a bit meh. How do you mean? Yeah, I'm gonna make it soon, Svi. Hi, Svi, by the way. Hope you're doing well. Melis! I'm gonna make breakfast soon. Like I'm almost done with the overview, and then like later today, which I'm not gonna stream, I'm gonna work on the to-dos of it. But I have my, you won't be able to see anything, but I have my list here. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 things on it that I need to get through. Well, I'll stream later today probably with Athene, Hardcore World of Warcraft. And hopefully we will get level 30 today. That would be nice. Hey Ziggy Diggy. Extra strong coffee today, so I want so if you want any task done, pass them my way. You already had 2 extra strong ones, Woof, damn. You prefer? Yeah, I know a lot of people prefer when I do these streams. That's for sure, because I'm like actually talking to you. This is also more my style of streaming, I think, but I like that I stream the classic leveling anyway, like the hardcore leveling anyway, because it's at least I'm showing up. What? Really, Melis? I have a hard time believing that. It depends maybe at what time of day. Because the, what is it called? The compound? Adenosine? Adenosine. Adenosine. Yes. Like it really messes with your adenosine, coffee. I read this incredible book called Why We Sleep, and it has a very nice segment about coffee. It has a segment about, I think, different drugs and how they affect your mind. Talking about drugs that affect your mind, I think I have a book here somewhere. It's on the sofa. Your Mind on Plants. Adenosine. I think that's how you pronounce it, I'm not sure. Alright, let's see. Alright, Bufu, good luck with work. Or the stuff that you're doing. Zero, are you still here? How do you feel about 2-hour shifts instead of 4-hour shifts? You might not be here anymore. You never drank coffee in your life, Pudding Man? Really? Damn. It's not about the taste. It's about the kick. The smell is better than the taste, yeah. Oh, no, no, no. I was just wondering, Zero, would you think about 2-hour host shifts as opposed to 4-hour host shifts? And so, like, 2-hour, and it kind of like switches things up a lot for the viewers. Hey, Michi! How are you? It's about that oomph. Yeah, I'm about to make my coffee soon. Michi, when are you coming here? I got space for you. Right in my bed. It looks so small on stream, but it ain't. It's big enough for the both of us. I'm good. You're making coffee right now. I should make too. I just want to finish this list for my working document here. And when I do that, I am gonna, you know what I'm gonna make? I'm gonna make the yogurt protein mix. I think I will do that. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think I will do that. Indifferent. Okay, so neutral. Yeah, I think it's nicer with a break more often. Although I feel like time went by really quickly and it didn't feel like 4-hour shifts, but I do think that it could be beneficial for the change up of the stream maybe. Even if it's not new, it will feel new for all the people that are coming in to see the shift and hosts and stuff. It will be nice to try, see how it works. And then we can see like what worked best in terms of retention when looking at numbers for the biking event, because the biking is going to be 18 hours long or whatever. And then we kind of know what works best. Yeah, I think I felt the same. So and I think it's nice sometimes to just switch into the green room, because like last time when Fractal came, for example, like I didn't meet Victor before his segment, and I didn't get to see him after my segment was done because he was in and out. Although he stayed a little bit, I think. You're cleaning out your closet? Oh, I did that like 2 weeks ago. I still need to do laundry though. I actually need to fold my laundry. But that will be for another day. They were cool about it though. They were cool about it. Yeah. Oh yeah, Save the Children representative again would be nice. I think he would love to come back. Hey Charmaine. Maybe we can do something fun. When we come to a customer, they always offer us refreshments and we always refuse them, and they are always surprised that we don't drink coffee. Offering coffee is coded in our society and I feel almost rude when I always have to refuse it. Don't they offer you tea instead or something? Yeah. What? Amici. Do that. Okay, I think the list is done. Or maybe I'm just getting hungry and thirsty for that coffee. Well, let me finish my tea. Okay. Did we have coffee and tea for people last time? I think we had. But that's a good point. I'm gonna put that down. There was the ability to. Now I'm thinking if breakfast is at 5 a.m., lunch at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, I would say breakfast at 5 to 7 a.m. 5, 6, 7. And then lunch at 10 to 10, 11, 12. Snacks at I guess snacks I can stand for, like similarly to how we did last time, we would just put, or maybe I just run it all through the catering firm and I don't have to fucking care about it. That would be nice. Between 2 and 16, 14, 15, 16, and then dinner at 17 to 19. Well, I'll have the catering come out with breakfast and stuff for the right amount of people that will be there. So that includes the production too. I wanna make sure we have stuff for the production team, which Linda is gonna be part of. Ludwig is not gonna be in the slopes this time. And there will be a third person, I think. And then there's you, me, Ash, Apollo. Maybe Michi if she stays with me and she wants to get up that early. Rigo. Yeah. Okay, good. Then I'm gonna put breakfast at 6 a.m. till 8. Yeah, Michi, if you want to do like an IRL stream or something, what we're gonna do this time around with Twitch is gonna offer this sort of shelving system for LS Swedish Classic where anyone who's there and live streaming on their own will get featured on that front page. So definitely a good opportunity, I think, if you want to just have like a behind the scenes POV with your community. If you want to do like a, you know how you do these sort of morning streams too at times, maybe we can set you up and you can just do like a your thing. And something that I'm hoping to do with the sponsor is like paint cases in the studio instead of like having all these like, oh, you can do knitting, you can do this, you can do that. It'll just be like maybe one specific activity in a specific corner. So maybe that. I'm organizing Elias Swedish Classic, his next event. Yeah, I think it'll be a lot of fun. Let's see here. Sounds good, Michi. Good luck! Okay. Coffee cheers. Yeah, coffee cheers. I don't have my coffee yet. I will. I think I have a good overview. This is good to start with. Now I just need to, for the rest of the day, I'll just like be going through this and making them happen. Alright, cool. When am I usually having breakfast? I will have it now. It's getting late. You know why it's also like so late? It's because I spent an hour just trying to make the stream work. Because my, what's it called? My stream key had been reset, and then like I forgot my Twitch password on all platforms, so I had to like get it on all the devices again. It was such an hassle. So, done. Is it, what was the command again? Done work on Elias Sui Classic. Is that the command? Yes. Nice. Nice, nice. Gonna save this. You will also take this accomplishment. You may take the accomplishment. Good job, Melis. You really did good. Okay. Time to make the breakfast. Let's check stream body. Yeah, good job, Zero. Good job, Zero. Actually, you guys did help. Melis was a good assistant, and Zero's actually been helping. Let's go over here. I need to clean this because I made pizza for the girls yesterday, but I need to clean that up. That should be on my to-do. Also, I killed my plants, so there's no plant there anymore. Feels bad. You never get to make pizza for the girls. Feels a bad man. Actually, I am gonna quickly make my bed. Bedzo. No, it can't stand. Damn. That is so not straight. I'm sorry. Random sock on the floor. Tomorrow I should change my bed sheets. Laziest bed making. Oh my god, I got so scared. I thought it was a bug, but it was a little feather. Holy shit. Bugs, insects, scare me. Okay. I don't need those. Bed is made. I have these pods. The cat painting is epic, I can't. It's actually a print from the creator of this. He has an Instagram. It's his cat. She's called Princess Chico or something. Chiro, I can't remember. And I love that cat. Are you ready for my lazy breakfast? $150 of Greek yogurt, berries, blackberries. I love blackberries. Märta? No, it's not. My real name is Maral. My real name is Maral, guys and girls. I'm gonna just clean a spoon. I'll show you how I make my breakfast. And it was actually Michi that taught me this, so I take this. This is the lazy breakfast. I take this 150 gram of yogurt. I put it in a bowl. Make sure you get everything. And then, have I ever met another Morale? Yes, I have. Sometimes she's actually in my stream as well, as crazy as that sounds. Her name is Novi on Twitch. So, one big scoop of this Whey Isolate Body Science Swedish protein. And now, when Michi first taught me this, I was like, okay, yeah, that sounds good. And then when I first tried it, I became such a skeptic as I was first mixing it, because you will see it soon. You have the yogurt and you have the protein, right? And as I start mixing it, it's just gonna be like this powdered mess. And it's gonna feel like this isn't gonna go anywhere. And it almost feels like hopeless. But you gotta trust the process. And it's gonna become like a nice pudding. I think this, if you're vegan or vegetarian, is really important that you get enough protein in your diet. So this is either a very quick snack or something that you can make. That gets you a very solid, good amount. It's like a pudding now. Yum yum. Now what I do is gray slime. It's not gray, what? It's brown. I take about 9 blackberries. I wash them and I put them in there. Normally I put like 10 grams of oats, some pumpkin seeds or something, or like walnuts or whatever I have. I'm gonna put some pistachios. I just need to peel them. I got these pistachios from Iran, actually. Oh my god, Michi, who are you? Who is she? These are, I swear, these are even better than the ones in the store. Oh shit. You're gonna update your wardrobe? Wait, you're gonna... Oh, they're washed out? It was black at one point, but it no longer is. Is that what you're saying? Do these have saffron on them? No, they don't. They don't have saffron on them, no. I'm also putting a scoop of creatine. I forgot to mix that in. Sometimes I just put the creatine straight into my coffee. And sometimes, like if I go downstairs, I didn't do that now because I'm streaming. I get like the 10 grams of oats, I get some seeds and nuts, and I get like, I can cut up a banana and put on top, and then sprinkle some coconut flakes or whatever. And then if I'm feeling extra that day, I'll put like a spoon of peanut butter as well. Really, Army Tech? I did not know that. I actually didn't know that. Thanks for letting me know. That's really good to know. Alright, we're gonna read a little. Do you want me to read out loud? I can tell you one thing though. When I read, you're gonna fall asleep. Because my reading voice is just gonna make you, like, you're not gonna be able to focus on what I'm saying when I read. You're just gonna zone out. What am I reading right now? Right now I'm reading a book called The Mountain Is You. It is, well, I'm reading like 3 different books at the same time at the moment, but microphone closer. Wait, I take my D2K3 in pill form, like cold. Yeah, this one is a self-help book. Chapter 4. Building emotional intelligence. Self-sabotage is ultimately just a product of low emotional intelligence. To move on with our lives in a healthy, productive, and stable way, we need to understand how our brains and bodies work together. Wait. Is it about weight loss? No, it's not. Why? Do you think I need to lose weight? Okay. We need to understand how to interpret feelings, what different emotions mean, and what to do when we are faced with big, daunting sensations that we don't know how to handle. We are going to specifically focus on aspects of emotional intelligence that relate to self-sabotaging behaviors, though there is an incredible body of work on emotional intelligence from experts around the world that is continually growing with time. So what is emotional intelligence? Hey Fallen, how are you? Emotional intelligence is the ability to understand, interpret, and respond to your emotions in an enlightened and healthy way. People with high emotional intelligence are often able to better get along with different types of people, feel more contentment and satisfaction in their everyday lives, and consistently take time to process and express their authentic feelings. Mostly, though, emotional intelligence is the ability to interpret the sensations that come up in your body and understand what they are trying to tell you about your life. The root of self sabotage is a lack of emotional intelligence because without the ability to understand ourselves, we inevitably become lost. These are some of the most misunderstood aspects of our brains and bodies that inevitably leave us feeling stuck. Your brain is designed to resist what you really want. Something interesting happens in the human brain when we get what we want. When we imagine what goals we want to achieve, we often do so with the expectation that they will elevate our quality of life in some tangible way. And once we arrive at that place, we will be able to coast. Coast as in let go, relax into life, and let things be for a while. Oh, enjoy your work, Fallen. Snow mixed with rain, woo, sounds like fags. Damn. You believe that you can coast and let go and relax into life when you get what you want, but that is not what happens. Neurologically, when we get something that we really want, we just start to want more. New research in the nature of the chemical dopamine, which was previously believed to be the driving force behind desire, lust, and acquisition, proves that it is more complex than previously thought. In The Molecule of More, Daniel Z. Lieberman explains that experts who studied the hormone found that when an individual was introduced to something they highly desired, the dopamine surge would diminish after acquisition. Dopamine, it turns out, is not the chemical that gives you pleasure. It is the chemical that gives you the pleasure of wanting more. So the big, huge goal that you're working towards, you'll get there, and then there will be another mountain to scale. This is one of the many reasons that we deeply sabotage what we truly want. We know instinctively that arriving won't really give us the ability to abstain from life. It will only make us hungrier for more, and sometimes we don't feel up to that challenge. I think this is interesting because must be why hobbits want second breakfast, lol. Yeah, I've survived so far in World of Warcraft. I think it's interesting because if we just look at society, I mean, we see this all the time. Like, let's say you get that job, or you get that car, or you get that house. You're never just satisfied. You just want more and more and more after that. I just realized that my watch is dead. I'm gonna charge it. This is why you'll go for a second coffee now? Thank you for the reminder. My coffee. Cheers. Coffee cheers. So, while we're on the way, a toxic cocktail of neurological biases start piling up on one another, and we start to resent, judge, and even vilify the object of our greatest desire. What happens when we start to chase what we really want? We resist doing the work that it takes to actually get it because we are so afraid of not having it. Wait, what? Yeah. Any brush with failure makes us rescind our efforts and tense up. When we go so long not having what we really want, we create subconscious associations between having it and being bad because we have judged others for having it. When we get it, we fear losing it so badly that we push it away from ourselves as to not have to withstand the pain. We are so deeply enmeshed in the mental state of wanting, we cannot shift to a state of having and being happy with what we have. First, when we want something really, really badly, it is often because we have unrealistic expectations associated with it. We imagine that it will change our lives in some formidable way, and often that's not the case. Yeah, that's pretty much what this whole chapter was saying, or what we were reading um, is saying as well. It's like you get that one thing, but then you just move on to the next, and that's the dopamine rush. And like the idea we had about dopamine in the past, of it being like the hormone of like pleasure and motivation, or what, I don't know what we thought, but that it's actually the hormone of wanting more. Now I think it's always good to like read and like reflect on like whether or not do we think this is true, and not to just take the book at like as an authority and be like, yeah, this is the truth because I read this in this book. What are we reading? We're reading a book called The Mountain Is You. Honestly, I got this book because I was already getting a couple of other books, and then this came up in the recommended, and I thought that the cover was so pretty that I just clicked it home. But when I read it, I thought it was quite interesting. Fallen, oh my god. Yes, I can feel that. When we are relying on some goal or life change to save us in some unrealistic way, any incident of failure will trigger us to stop trying. For example, if we are absolutely certain that a romantic partner will help us stop being depressed, we are going to be extremely sensitive to rejection because it makes us feel as though we will never get over depression. Of course, the obvious issue here is that dating is a process and trial and error. You have to fail first to succeed. And then for all the time we spend not having the thing we want, such as a romantic relationship or whatever, our brains have to justify and validate our stance in life as a form of self-protection. This is why we unconsciously vilify those who do have what we want. Instead of being inspired by their success, we doubt them. We become a skeptic about relationships, being so jealous of others' happiness we assume that they must be faking it, or that love isn't real, or that they'll split eventually anyway. This sounds like some Elliot Rodger type of shit. Like, that's when you take it really too far. Did I say HDHD? What? Do I read a lot? You have ADHD without medication, right? Yeah, I have ADHD without medication. I don't read a lot, no. It goes in waves. I did not read the poem yet, no. Totally. As fun style. I think I've found really functional ways to deal with it though. Sometimes. Okay. If we hold tightly to these beliefs for long enough, guess what will happen when we finally get that relationship we really want? Of course, we are going to doubt it and assume it will also fail. Man, all the levels of projection that is happening here. I think I can't relate so much to this, but I guess I can relate to the concept, but the example I can't relate to. Can you guys relate to it? I don't know. Do you think it's realistic for a person with ADHD to learn naturally to consistently work hard every day if you feel like you have it in you rather than the opposite? What? I don't understand. I think I think it's realist. I think anyone can do anything. I think ADHD is not something that you're born with. I think ADHD is something that develops as you basically program your brain to think in a certain pattern or whatever. And I do think that neuroplasticity is definitely a thing, and that through awareness and work, you can reprogram parts of how you work and how you fundamentally think, but it requires a lot of effort and a lot of structure. And I think when you have ADHD, you're kind of, a lot of what you're missing is that structure. Not that you cannot be one person of structure, it's just that the sort of the connections, at least for me, in your brain have made you adapt to your environment in a certain way. So you have like this subconscious reactions and how you go about life because that's what worked for you throughout life. Let's say you grew up in a very traumatic environment or whatever, and you're normally in a fight or flight mode. As someone with ADHD, you've become an expert at navigating that sort of um, dynamic, and instead of freezing or fleeing, instead of being avoidant or well, it is an avoidance in itself, you learn other ways to cope with it. And I think that's just what it is. It's like coping and wiring your brain in a specific way, and to unlearn those behaviors or like to become aware of those is a very long and difficult process, but I do believe it's possible. But that said, I haven't been able to do it myself. What I have been able to do, though, like if I compare myself to when I was a teenager, for example, is I have been able to value structure and to try my best to not get distracted or all over the place. But it still happens. Like it's like second nature to me. It's just, I would say that there's two components, Yalapant. There's one where you're less aware, and there's one where you are aware. And when you're in a state of awareness, you can really think and reflect about how you want to be as a person, whether you have ADHD or not. And finding functional ways to be that, you can actually be very efficient in it if you find what resonates with you. Because, like, having ADHD, it's sort of like a double edged sword. You have a hard time picking up tasks or finishing tasks, but even if they align with what you want to do, but sometimes when you do them and you do get to them, you are like a machine. Like you do what others just can't do in one day that they do in like a month, and and it's not healthy or sustainable for you in the long run if this is sort of like how you work. A lot of people with ADHD, for example, like, we won't clean our room unless we start having a guest over, and then we'll just like squeaky clean everything so fast. And to, I think people with ADHD, at least me, work very well under, we create sort of urgency in our lives all the time. That's why a lot of people with ADHD are always late, or like, you know, struggling with the last very minute of things. Yes, exactly, roll six. And so, like, when it comes to work as well, if you're able to, I mean, as someone with ADHD, I get my work done. It's just whether or not I go about it in a healthy way, if that makes sense. For me, what has really helped is like creating an overall structure, like to-do lists and stuff. But even then, I find myself getting into moments of urgency. And like, I have a very strong time blindness. For example, like, I was supposed to be at the gym at 11:30. It's 12:11 and I'm nowhere close to it. And now I'm already getting messages from people here who want to set up meetings and stuff. And I haven't gone to the gym yet. So like, there is already a backlog of things happening. Um, Yes, what Fallen Sue said. I think Yalapant, you're overthinking it, maybe, and you're allowing yourself to. I don't know, maybe I'm projecting here, but maybe you're just allowing yourself to be thinking about the concepts of whether or not you're capable or whatever, and that's a distraction in itself. Just do it. Just be in the moment and do. But I get it. Yeah, that could potentially be true, Dark Drace, but I also feel like it manifests a little bit differently. I think men have the consistency due to the hormonal levels. Or, well, when I say consistency, I mean like a more of a consistency, because when you have like the hormonal cycle of a woman, it's like all over the place. But I think the hormonal cycle of a woman, if the baseline for a man is like that, the baseline for a woman is kind of like that. So like she has certain highs that are really like almost outperforming the man, but then she also has the lows that is just like way off, which make it seem worse. So I think it just goes in waves more so than for a man. It goes kind of like a steady rock. But even for a man with ADHD, like, I mean, it's not steady at all in the sense, right? Like your life isn't steady. Hey, Thirtilla, of course. It's nice to see you. I hope the SM dungeon went well. Sorry, I just dipped in and out after the stream. It was a short one for me yesterday. Yes, I did make. I am having my coffee here, Bufu, and I'm having my breakfast, and we're also reading. I guess I can put it on the to-do that I did that. Done. How are you doing, Thirtilla? How's your day? Done with breakfast plus coffee. Tank got to 10% on the first boss, we switched so I was healing, but after all that it went okay. Nice! Man, I'm not doing any dungeons. I am not doing... So I'm also in OnlyFangs, by the way, but I'm not doing any dungeons because my duo, my leveling partner, is afraid of going into dungeons. I would love to do some dungeons though, like, cause I really like Shadowfang Keep, for example. Level 29 at the moment. But we don't really have much time to play together, so it's going pretty slow. But we try to. Thank you, Bufu. I think it's more the add-on stuff that stresses him out. But yeah, even the leveling part can be stressful because if one of us dies, we have to redo it and stuff. Yeah. Oh. All right, let's see here. Ready? To the person that said before that this is how his girlfriend thinks, or like his ex-girlfriend thinks, man, I'm so sorry. What's the music that plays the whole morning? It's a playlist that I really love that is calming, but you can just search like relaxing. It's a YouTube thing, it goes 24/7. It's called Relaxing Music for Stress Relief, Anxiety, and Depressive States. Heal Mind, Body. I don't know, I just found it as I just found it as a thing, and I listen to it because I find it very peaceful. And I sleep with it, like I have it on all. Yeah, it feels like sitting near a pond. I love it. Morale is not well. Guys, exposed. That's her algorithm right there. Okay. This is what's going... Okay, so if we hold tightly to these beliefs for long... I'm just rereading the last part. Guess what will happen when we finally get that relationship we really want? Of course we are going to doubt it and assume it will also fail. This is what's going on when people push others away or give up on their big dreams the moment something challenging comes up. When we are so scared that we are going to lose something, we tend to push it away from ourselves first as a means of self-preservation. So let's say that you work through the limiting beliefs that are creating this much resistance in your life. And you do eventually allow yourself to build and have the thing you really, really want. Next, you'll be upon the last and most trying challenge, which is the shift from survival mode to thriving mode. Hey, Lopish. Yeah, I think that's the one, Pudding. If you have spent the majority of your life in a state in which you are just getting by, you are not going to know how to adapt to a life in which you are relaxed and enjoying it. You are going to resist it, feel guilty, perhaps overspend, or disregard responsibilities. You are in your head balancing out the years of difficulty with years of complete relaxation. However, this is not how it works. When we are so deeply enmeshed in the feelings of wanting, it becomes extremely hard to adjust to the experience of having. This is because any change, no matter how positive, is uncomfortable until it is also familiar. Are you reading my life story? If this is your life story, then you need to transform your self-sabotage into self-mastery, my brother. Sometimes yellow pants. I definitely noticed that there's a difference. I do wonder if people who are listening to it can take it in when I read out loud, because I feel like when I read out loud, it's hard to take in even for me. That's what I'm thinking about. But I mean, I try to read it slowly, and I try to read it in a way where I almost talk, because for me, like, when I also, because as I'm reading, I'm articulating. That way I understand more and it internalizes, because it's almost like having a conversation then. So it's working. But what I will say though, the part that I'm reading now, I don't really resonate with it, personally. It is difficult to acknowledge the ways in which we are so deeply inclined to self-validate, so we end up standing in our own way out of pride. It is even more difficult to acknowledge that very often the things we envy in others are fragments of our deepest desires, the ones we won't allow ourselves to have. Yes, your brain is predisposed to want greater things and more of them, but by understanding its processes and tendencies, you can override the programming and start governing your own life. Your body is governed by a homeostatic impulse. What is homeostatic? All right, Thirtilla, good luck and enjoy. Your brain is built to reinforce and regulate your life. Your subconscious mind has something called a homeostatic impulse, which regulates functions like body temperature, heartbeat, and breathing. Brian Tracy explained it like this. Through your autonomic nervous system, your homeostatic impulse maintains a balance among the hundreds of chemicals in your billions of cells so that your entire physical machine functions in complete harmony most of the time. Okay. So it's basically like a balance that regulates your functions. The homeostatic impulse just regulates you and keeps you all balanced. Yeah. Yeah, what Pudding Man said. Yeah, I do that, beer and beer. Or like I discuss what I just read, like in very short. I read like one page and then I give my take or talk about it. But so that's what the homeostatic impulse is, and the body's governed by it. But what many people don't realize is that just as your brain is built to regulate your physical self, it tries to regulate your mental self as well. Your mind is constantly filtering and bringing to your attention information and stimuli that affirm your pre-existing beliefs. This is known in psychology as confirmation bias, as well as presenting you with repeated thoughts and impulses that mimic and mirror what you've done in the past. Your subconscious mind is the gatekeeper of your comfort zone. It is also the realm in which you can either habituate yourself to expect and routinely seek the actions that would build and reinforce the greatest success, happiness, wholeness, or healing of your life. What this teaches us is that when we are going through a healing or changing process in our lives, we have to allow our bodies to adjust to their new sense of normalcy. This is why all change, no matter how good, will be uncomfortable until it is also familiar. This is also why we can't get stuck in self-destructive habits. Oh, this is why we can get stuck in self-destructive habits and cycles. Even though they feel good, that does not mean they are good for us. Okay, yeah, this kind of makes sense. It's like you fall back on what you already know. And that's also like when we were talking about ADHD before, a person with ADHD falls back on the behavior because that is what works to a certain degree. And like this is also discussed in topics of depression a lot. And I know it's a little bit controversial because, yeah, the title of the book is The Mountain Is You by Brianna Wiest. It's a very practical, straightforward, based on science book on self-sabotaging behaviors, and then it goes into the emotional intelligence and the emotions and the pattern recognition of why these behaviors exist in the first place, and like helping you kind of like navigate parts of yourself that are more subconscious. So yeah, but I think, yeah, like this is a bit controversial, but a lot of people say like people who are depressed are comfortable within their depression. And someone who's depressed will get quite upset by this remark because it's like, you're not comfortable. Being depressed is not comfortable in any sense of the way. And it's actually painful, hurtful, suffering, and everything is just all-time high, right? Or maybe even apathetic, like at that point, right? But what happens on a very subconscious level is that the changes required to get out of the state are more uncomfortable than the state itself. And the state itself, no matter how hard it is and how much suffering it brings, is more familiar than the unknown. And what is in the unknown can come with fears that like let's say you put all of your energy into trying to change or whatever and you fail. Like your also direction can be driven by this fear of your insecurity or your fear of failure or whatever it may be, that will just put you back, but with even lower amounts of energy. And like that's a risk, right? So when people say like people are comfortable in their depression, they don't mean that it's all comfortable and that life is great within the depression, or that people are using their depression to as a place they want to be, but more so that the action of getting out of it is even worse in the start than not. And that's kind of like, yeah. I don't know if I believe that we can reprogram ourselves to a larger degree. A lot of people try, but how many succeed? A lot of it has underlying genetic components, and those will not change no matter what. I think we can rewire our brain to a very, very large degree. And I think a big example that kind of like, I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, like, you know how you have a brother and sister that grow up, or like even twins that grow up in the same circumstances and have very similar experience and stuff. And so like on a DNA level, you know, it's genetic. However, they can be vastly different people, and they can have a vastly different outlook on life, and you know. So I do think that the genetic component is there, but it's a much smaller component than the one that we can change. So changing on a deeper level, I definitely think can happen through awareness. Now, the reason why a lot of people aren't able to fulfill their changes is because they're either not going about it in a sustainable or right way, where they're actually doing it without cognitive dissonance. And what I mean by that is like when you have your left and right hemisphere of the brain, if you want change to occur, and if you want to rewire your brain with neuroplasticity, it's like, you know, a field of grass. If you walk over the grass one time, the grass is still going to look the same, and you've done it once. You're going to walk again, and it's still going to look the same. You're going to walk 10 times, it's still going to look the same. It's when you've walked it 100 times or so that a path is starting to form, like the grass there is going to start to dent a little bit, and once you walk a lot of it, that will become like the new path, and people will start walking that path instead of the old path. And I think this is how the brain works as well. But in order to walk that path sustainably when the grass is not showing a path, it requires for you to even take that path to begin with, it requires your left and right hemisphere of the brain to be in alignment and understand why you're doing what you're doing. And you can understand it on a cognitive level very often, like, oh, I understand this concept, and I have all the facts, I have all the knowledge, and you can cognitively very much know that that's what you need to do or have to do. But a lot of people, and it's either or, right? A lot of people disregard their emotional part, which is the other side of the brain. Your emotional part is almost like a different type of person. It has a different almost belief system. They've done tests on humans where they disconnect parts of your brain, one half versus the other, and they ask you, are you religious, while the right one is active or whatever, and the person says no. But then when they disconnect that part and activate the other part, they ask the same question, and suddenly the answer is the polar opposite. So it's almost like you have two different people inside of you. And what works for the cognitive functions of your brain in terms of understanding does not work for your emotional understanding. There's a different process happening over there. And when the emotional part is not aligned and doesn't fully understand, that's when you have the dissonance, and you won't fully be able to commit to the change. Both your parts of the brain need to be understanding and on board in whatever change you take for that new path to be reinforced, basically. And that's how it works. Hey Seamer, how are you? Now, to even understand that, right? Or like to that's a very overarching view. Now, let's say each problem in your life needs to be addressed differently, because on an emotional spectrum or an emotional part, you can't just suppress that and like lead with cognition all the way. You need to be in tune with your emotional side, which many people call like your inner child, or whatever word they want to use. It's important that that part also understands. And I'll give a personal example of my own. Cognitively, I wanted to be vegetarian for like the past 15 years or something, but I could never do it because emotionally I always wanted to eat meat. I always wanted to eat that chicken or whatever. And if I would go, like, let's say I was vegetarian for like 4 days, then I would go to a restaurant with my friends and I would look at the menu, and emotionally I would feel more inclined. Like, emotionally I was not on board on being a vegetarian, but I was identifying as someone who wanted to be vegetarian, but I could never do it because me was not fully on board. My emotional self did not understand, why do we need to do this? Because the emotional self does not work the way the cognitive functions does. It just doesn't. It's not the same. It's not the same functionalities in there. You can't apply the cognitive reasoning to your emotions and be like, yeah. So for me, it wasn't until I was really deeply reflecting on an emotional level about everything surrounding. It wasn't even about vegetarianism. It was actually about a mind shift change on a deeper level and consistency and what made sense. And it was a lot of different components that came together that made me realize that on an emotional level, I also want to be vegetarian. So it went much deeper. And after that, when my emotional side was like, you know what, I fully understand these parts, and emotionally I was on board with that, I never looked back. Like, it wasn't even hard. It just was easy. The same has gone for like health. It's too deep for me. I prefer to just turn on the TV, eat and sleep. Yeah, I mean, that's what most of us do, right? You wish your emotional part would just get in line with your goals, then you need to really think about it on a deep level. Do I struggle with self-sabotage? I think some of my ADHD traits are quite rooted in self-sabotaging sort of a wiring, in a sense. So I don't think I have fully, like, I don't think I have that many self-sabotaging behaviors, but I do, by reading this book, I've learned that I do have a few. And I think I even highlighted, like, the ones in which the ones that I have. For example, unhealthy habits is one, self-sabotaging habit. So this is the most common way that people sabotage their own success, by maintaining habits that are actively keeping them away from their goals. This is when someone declares that they want to be in better shape, but doesn't change anything they do each day to facilitate that. Or when they want to make a change professionally, but find ways to make it difficult, if not impossible, for them to actually do it. At the core of all these behaviors is the fact that one part of our psyche understands that we should be evolving and moving forward. I guess that would be the cognitive part, potentially. with our lives, and another part is intimidated by the potential discomfort it would bring. Usually this culminates in so much inner tension and frustration that a breaking point is reached and changes are made from that breaking point rather from the cognitive will and direction of the self. However, the goal is to not have to get to a crisis point in your life before you can become aware of the ways you're holding yourself back from living peacefully and comfortably. So how to resolve this? Define health on your own terms. What does a healthy life look like for you? How would it make you feel, and what would you be doing? It is difficult to look solely to anyone else's definition of healthfulness, particularly because we are all different people with varying needs, preferences, and schedules. Instead, figure out what makes you feel best. Decide what combination of healthy eating, exercise, and sleep is right for you, and stick to it. Like so many things, healthy habits are best established gradually. Instead of trying to force yourself to take an hour at the gym at 6 a.m., try instead do 15 minutes, or perhaps swap out with a class you really enjoy. Or go at a time that works better for your schedule. Make it easy for yourself to succeed. Another very common way that people sabotage is by distracting themselves to the point of being completely phased out of their lives. People who are constantly busy are running from themselves. Nobody is busy unless they want to be busy, and you will know. So it says like, this one for me doesn't apply, so I didn't highlight it, but spending time with the wrong people is a way of self-sabotage. Worrying about irrational fears and least likely circumstances is a form of self-sabotage. Downplaying your own successes in life is a form of self-sabotage. I didn't highlight that one either. Fear of failing is a form of self-sabotage, and it just writes out like guilt of succeeding is a form of self-sabotage. Pride is one. Judging others is one. Attachments to what you don't really want is one. Disorganization, this one I I highlighted because it means that's a way that I self-sabotage. By leaving our lives and spaces in disarray, we are not just mindlessly forgetting to take care of our surroundings, we are often all actually creating distractions and chaos that serve an unconscious purpose. This is very ADHD symptom. A clean, organized space, both for work and for living, is essential to thriving. This means a tidy home, clothes that are easy to reach and put together each morning, a clean kitchen and an organized desk. Paperwork should be filed in one space, and your bedroom should be calming, and everything should have a home that it can return to at the end of the day. Often when we are self-sabotaging through disorganization, it is because when we are very clean and organized, we get an uneasy feeling. Well, it just talks about like different things. I don't fully resonate with everything, but yeah. Justification is one way that we self-sabotage. For example, your life is ultimately measured by your outcomes, not your intentions. It is not about what you wanted to do or what you would have done but didn't have the time for. It's not about why you thought you couldn't. It's just whether or not you did. When you're in a pattern of self-sabotaging behavior, you're often treating those excuses the same way you would treat measurable outcomes. You're using them to make yourself feel momentarily satisfied, using them as a replacement for the accomplishment itself. It's like, let's say I plan, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go to the gym and do all of these things, and you're like setting yourself up, but then you're already getting the feel good of having even achieved it, and then you don't achieve it, you don't do it, because if it comes from the feeling level and whatever, then you're saturated. Perfectionism is a form of self-sabotage. Uprooting, I don't have this one checked for me, but I see this in a lot of people. So like uprooting happens when someone finds themselves jumping from relationship to relationship or changing their business website again and again, and when they really need to focus on confronting relationship issues when they arise or taking care of clients they already have, when they really should be focusing on that. In uprooting, you are not allowing yourself to blossom. You are only comfortable with the process of sprouting. It might be constantly needing a fresh start, which is often the result of not having healthy ways to deal with the stress or struggles of conflict resolution. Uprooting can be a way of diverting attention from the actual problems in your life, as your attention must go towards reestablishing oneself at a new job or in a new town. Ultimately, uprooting means you're always just beginning your new chapter but never really finishing it. Despite your efforts to keep moving on, you end up more stuck than ever before. I used to do this in the past. Like, let's say my Twitch channel, I would always like reskin the way the Twitch channel looked instead of just keeping to the consistency of, you know, fulfilling the job. If that makes sense. But yeah, I mean, there's so many examples in here. It's interesting. Anyway, so we were talking about this internal balance, the homeostatic impulse, and how it works. Our body regulates with the homeostatic impulse, where it sort of regulates us and keeps us at a balance. But the same thing happens with our mental state, and that's why it's extra hard to push either in a new direction, because it means getting out of your comfort zone. That's just it. That's what it means. Change means to get out of your comfort zone. Okay. I have a meeting in 20 minutes. Do you think DeepSeek R1 will have a devastating effect on OpenAI? Yes. I think DeepSeek... Well, I actually don't know, because I think it's the market, right? They're all so used to OpenAI, but what I think DeepSeek will do, like in terms of in this, it will just... The open source community and just... The developments will just outperform OpenAI at some point, I guess, and like things will just escalate and evolve and move on, and life as we know it will change, and I think it will happen rapidly. If AI can reason, that's a component that it's a big deal, like it's a big change. Yes, it's pretty fucking nuts, actually. Yeah. I mean, it kind of makes OpenAI look like a joke. And when you think about how they just got like 500 freaking... How much money? From Trump. Yeah. I was thinking about it yesterday, how... You know, you have all this war in the world, like you have the physical war, like in Ukraine, Gaza, Israel, the Middle East and everything. And then you have like the digital war in a sense, which is the war of progress and the race to being first, and how China is just dominating. And like the crazy part is like they just made it open source, which I wonder if just fundamentally that's because of values. In the West, we tend to be more individualistic and contain that sort of information, whereas in the East, there's more of that. How would you put it? Not in non-individualism. You work as a... Not a community, but like as a... Yeah. It's fascinating. I mean, like, when I was thinking about this, I don't know if it was yesterday. I think it was yesterday. I was talking to Lucia about it after I made her pizza. She said, "What am I afraid of?" And I just thought to myself, like, at this point, with how things are going, what is there to be afraid of? I think you're only afraid of things if you're really attached to the life that as you know it. But I feel like I'm in this weird state where I'm not really attached to my life anymore. That sounds so depressing, but I swear it's not. It's not tied to like bad feelings or anything like that. It's just more like, okay, things are moving extremely rapidly. Where is it gonna head? And what does those potential futures look like? And the idea of yourself. Yeah, collective. Yeah, collectivism. That's how I would that's how I would say it. Yes, and I definitely think it's about values and the collective, which I like. I think I'm much more happy about that outcome than OpenAI or Google leading with a closed model. I mean, they already got the money, right? Deluxe. But I also think, like, it's not necessarily only that, it's just the collective. Collective will make you move much faster. I mean, just look at when Llama was released. What was it? I don't even remember. Man, it's all fuzzy. But when the first kind of like really complex model was released to the open source community, and if you just looked at the graphs of just how much when the open source community came together and started building upon it, how much more advanced that got and how competitive that got for OpenAI and Google so fast. Yeah, for sure, Deluxe. Although I think there's more than just that reason. But yeah. Man, what's the point of reading this book now? We live in such a crazy world. I was having like a bit of an existential crisis. I think I still do, because I just don't know. And I think it's this sort of play that I'm in right now where I either make life about myself or I don't. And a part of me understands that life is not about myself, but in moments of low awareness, I tend to fluctuate towards making life about myself, and then I forget what matters. But with this and like knowing what is going on in the world, it's a reminder that it's kind of difficult to make life about yourself, which is nice because it's a relief. You're not so busy with, where am I going to be in 10 years? So it's much easier to think about the here and now and like what I can do now and be busy with that instead, which I also think is also healthier for a person overall. Does that make sense? I don't want to. Yeah, that's for sure, Deluxe. That is for sure. When I talk to Bashir, he always says that, life as we know it is going to change so vastly that, you know. And I also believe that. And the craziest part is that the most part of the population are not even aware. They're not even thinking about these things. They're just busy with themselves and their lives and which is fine. It's just crazy that it's not even in the awareness. Okay. Where were we? I think Bashir will come here in like 10 minutes or so I will wrap up the stream, but I'll try to just finish what I was reading. Well, I think it boils down to like, what do you even believe is your own life? Oh, yeah, let me message Nolan real quick so I get that out of my list too. Nothing. But I did want to message you about something. My Discord. It's not high prio, but okay. Damn Spartan. Yalla, I think the next decade, if we see the next decade, we're lucky. And I also think that a lot of things that you're concerned about things getting more addictive or whatever, will the world just won't look. It won't go in the trajectory that we think it will. I felt attacked. I thrive in organized chaos. Well, I mean, I'm the same. That's the why I highlighted that form of self-sabotage for myself, because while I thrive in that chaos because that's what I'm used to and that's what I know and that's where I like. I mean, you should see my desktop. People, whenever they see it, my computer desktop, they go crazy. But like, I feel you because I'm the same. But I also do recognize that I feel the best, like mentally, when my home is clean. You know what I mean? And so I wonder if the disorganization is just, I think it's just an emergent property of like how I am as a person, and I function well in it. But I think it's still not healthy, because there are moments, right, where I get into overwhelmed states where I shut down in a sense, and it's because there's so many things that I need to do and there's just too much on my plate, and then I shut down and I start procrastinating or like wanting to kind of like not deal with it all. And a clean space in those moments is like the base of the base that really helps me get going again. Yeah, I think Athene will come here to my room when he is available, so we'll chat then. Maybe we can ask him what he thinks about the future. I'll see if he has a minute or if he just wants to talk business and get the fuck out. Are there fundamental things I disagree with the theme? I don't think there's that much that we disagree on, actually, because we don't have a lot of friction. But when we do, we have really good discussions. I'll see if he has a minute to hop on the stream with us. Sure, we'll come in 5 to 10 minutes, he says. Awesome. Cool. Yay, we get to have him as a guest. That's so much fun. You know what I love? I love when he's on stream and we talk with the chat. I love those moments. Because when we're just talking about work and when we're sort of in a workflow, there's not a lot of space for those type of conversations. And sometimes I feel like the questions that the chat have are either things we've talked about in the past, but we haven't really shared outwardly. And it's always fun or nice to bring that to the stream. I also feel like a lot of people have a lot of misconceptions about him as a person. And when he's on my stream, you get to see more like his real side. If he heard that now, he would come on the stream and he would troll and not at all show his real side. I think that kind of makes sense. Let me see if I can make space here for him. There's space for him now. He can sit there. Alright, I guess let's keep reading this chapter at least. So your subconscious mind is the gatekeeper of your comfort zone. It is also the realm in which you can either habituate yourself to expect and routinely seek the actions that would build and reinforce the greatest success, happiness, wholeness, or healing of your life. What this teaches us is that when we are going through a healing or changing process in our lives, we have to allow our bodies to adjust to their new sense of normalcy. This is why all change, no matter how good, will be uncomfortable until it is also familiar. This is also why we can get stuck in self-destructive habits and cycles. Even though they feel good, that does not mean they are good for us. So we read this part already, but now comes the next part. We have to use our minds to practice discernment. Discernment? What is that word? We have to use our supreme intelligence to decide where we want to go, who we want to be, and then we have to allow our bodies to adjust over time. We cannot live being governed by how we feel. Our emotions are temporary and not always reflective of reality. I think that is something that I've struggled with the past year, and I wonder if it's like a result of being more isolated with just my work, and where something like this really helps me is when you're kind of like isolated. I feel like, and maybe this is a projection, I feel like your sense of what reality is starts becoming a lot more fuzzy, and the barriers of reality kind of crumble a lot more than when you are frequently in social settings and frequently engaging with other people. The boundaries of reality just seem to strengthen. At least for me. That sounds really hippie, but yeah. When I'm stuck in just with being with myself, I think my emotions are what I'm with, and the dialogue of bouncing with other people is not as existent. Hello. I made a space for you here.
It's not a safe space though.
Why not?
Because it's too close to you.
I move even further away. There's a wall between us.
Mm-hmm. Do they even want to hear me?
Yes, they've been waiting for you.
They've been waiting for me.
The myth, the legend, they say. You look...
Amazing, amazing.
See, it looks... The space looks... It's so big.
It's actually really small though.
Yeah, it's actually quite small in reality, but you know.
I mean, it would be big if it wasn't for you taking most of it.
You're taking half. What are you saying? Do you want this?
Sup? Man, I've been thinking a lot about AI.
They were asking about DeepSeek.
Yes, that's what I've been thinking about all the time.
Yeah.
The past fucking 5 days.
Yeah.
It's been really dominating my
awareness.
Yeah, my awareness, because I mean, DeepSeek is a big deal. I don't know if people are aware of it, because a lot of people see DeepSeek in the news, but they don't really fully understand what the implications are and such. Like, basically, what is DeepSeek? DeepSeek, I'm gonna keep it really simple, right? Like, so you basically have large language models that work with tokenization, where every token gets generated and basically you train on a big data set, and you have, you know, tricks and whatever to, you know, to basically to improve the results. But overall, like, basically the way it works is you train on a big data set, and then every time when there's a token, it basically calculates what is the chance for the next token to be, you know, to be shown based on the prompt that is given in. So you basically, the input is the prompt that you type.
I think you're going a little bit too complicated for the audience that I have.
No,
at the
I think
moment.
I like this is quite crucial. This is
Yeah,
quite crucial.
but you're talking about tokens, and I think they don't even know how AI works with tokens to begin with.
Yeah, but like I'll explain it. I'll
Okay.
explain it. Like
Yeah.
so,
All
so
right.
basically, the way tokens work is like imagine the alphabet is 26 letters, right? The tokens is basically an alphabet of 65,000 combinations of letters. So basically, let's say you take the internet, right? You take all the text on the internet and you go like, okay, if we're going to split them up in certain combinations of, X amount of letters that like what are the 65,000 most common combinations of letters in the internet, and basically each one of them is a token. So like the THE is probably a token. The THE with a space is a token. I mean, I'm just pulling it out of my ass, but you guess what I mean. So like basically the way it works is based on the input, like of the tokens, the way they are basically structured, the AI calculates, okay, what are the tokens that then match that input? And that's then the output that it spits out. It's pretty much that simple, you know? It's not more complicated than this when you boil it down, right? And the reason why I'm explaining this is because if you get this, right, then I can explain why DeepSeek is a big deal, because AI is actually, that's why they also say it's a word salad, like because, you have all these tokens and it basically, you mix them up and you match them together, but
And then they spit something out.
yes, and it cannot really go outside. It's not possible to go outside of the salad. You only have the ingredients in the salad and you can't go beyond what's in the salad. Very simple. Of course, you have people discussing these things, but whatever. Now, so that's basically what LLMs are. And then you have, advanced architecture, mix of experts, whatever the fuck, to optimize and make it quicker, whatever the fuck. Now, either way, what is DeepSeek? People might have heard about chain of thought. And what is chain of thought? Basically, when you have an LLM spit out reasoning or having it think through the process before it spits out the token. So part of the prompt says, can you think this through before you come to the conclusion? The fact that it just prints out tokens where it thinks, kinda, has improved the results. And chain of thought, basically is merely allowing the LLM to think through before it spits out an answer. But still, still quite limited to the training data and what it can do, right? So basically, LLMs, tokenization, that basically was quite, basically everything you guys know and you guys use in LLMs is basically that, is built on that technology. And then you have chain of thought, which is, allowing the LLM to think in the process while it's spitting out what it's going to spit out, and just doing that improves the results. Okay, what is now DeepSeek? Basically, DeepSeek takes the chain of thought so what DeepSeek basically does is, you just like when you give a prompt, right, and there is then the output based on what it has trained on the internet, right? You have your input, the prompt, and then you have the output, right? Now, basically what DeepSeek did was, you give it an input, right? You want a specific output, like that what it's going to be, like the reward function. Basically, let's say you have a math question and you want a certain answer to that math question. You already know what the correct answer is. So you let you let the LLM keep thinking, trying to think, to come to that answer. And the moment it finds that answer, which is, sometimes 1 in 10, 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000, basically you have a certain chain of thought, and then they use that to train the model again using reinforcement learning. So they reinforce the chain of thought that has basically I'm giving you guys really, like, I mean, this is not explained a lot, by the way. Like the way I explain it's like, I mean, if you want to get into AI and stuff,
It's like
the way,
having a baby. It's like teaching a baby.
Yeah, it's
through by saying.
well, what I'm just saying is like the way I'm explaining it right now. There's very few people that really explain it properly, and then it's like, oh yeah, this and that. It's like it's all
Okay,
very.
just go on.
But yeah, either way. So basically, you have the input, which is, you know, your math question. You have the output that we know is the correct answer. Like, you know, oh yeah, this is the answer. And then you basically, you know, the AI tries to figure out what is the chain of thought that is needed to get to that answer. And, you know, they let it go 10 times, 50 times, 100 times. And when they get lucky or whatever, they use that to reinforce, like, this is the correct way of thinking. And as a result, what they saw is that just reasoning magically emerges from it, which is fucking crazy. So basically, by keep doing it, the graph went fucking through the roof. And basically, math questions started getting resolved, and the AI started becoming better and better at reasoning without teaching it how to reason. Like, that's the crazy part, because when I was thinking about reasoning, right, and how we would solve it, because I thought about it, like, I mean,
we were already doing chain of thought.
We were already doing
open
chain of thought, but not in a reinforcement learning situation, because it requires a lot of GPUs. You know, like it's not as simple, right? But the thing is, though, that like basically, I was still thinking you need to teach it how to reason. You need to give it the ingredients. But no, you don't. You just give it the input, you give it the output, and you let it figure it out. And by doing so, and just reinforcing the right chain of thoughts, when it basically comes to the right answer, just it learns how to reason. And that is quite a big deal, because now everyone, every AI company, every startup, knows how it works, like knows how to create a model that reasons, which is I would say last year was a big question mark. Like reasoning, I also on the stream said, like, reasoning is one of the biggest, you know, problems to tackle, and now it's solved. Now the question is, though, like, it's very specific, so it's not a generalized reasoning. You train it with an input and output, and by training it, it becomes very good at reasoning for math. So now if you want it to reason for coding, you got to do the same thing for coding. And basically now the limitations that you have is like, you whatever you want it to train reasoning on, you need input and output. You need to know what the correct output is. But for reasoning, as you guys know, it's not always as simple. A lot of the times you need to guess, you know, you need to make, you know, it's not as binary as math or coding, where you can easily, you know, falsify it. There's a lot of situations in life where you just don't know, you know, you cannot falsify it or say it's true. There's a probability distribution and stuff. So like this system, this reasoning is in a very, very specific regards. Now the question is, can you generalize it? Because if you can generalize this, it's over. It's just, it's literally, oh, like you have human intelligence. Like if you can generalize reasoning so that it applies to all fields, then yeah, now basically you give it something and it can start reasoning its way out, kinda. And that is why it's been really consuming me quite a bit, because I mean, I understand how it works, and I'm figuring out, okay, what are the components that are still missing to get it, you know, to start getting, for it to start snowballing out of, you know, for it to start self-improving in ways that just becomes ASI, kinda, you know. So right now it's still like reasoning has been solved in a very specific regards. How do you generalize this? There's also like the reward function. How do you fix that to make it, you know, apply to a lot of fields where you don't really have a clear, there's certain problems, you know, that still need to be resolved, but it's very clear cut. It's very clear cut. Like there is now a vision, there is a direction where to go. And that's why all these AI companies go like, okay, shit is going to hit the fan. Like, cause this last year was a big question mark and was one of the bigger hurdles to achieve AGI. So just so you guys know, things are going to change rapidly. really rapidly, because now you can apply this to many fields, this reasoning.
Okay, so you're going on here, and you're going, and there's the chat is having a couple of questions just within, and so like Spartan says, the LLM is basically like a baby now then, and then
Well, like, the thing is, right? It's like
Battlestar Galactica was not so much fiction. I haven't seen Battlestar Galactica.
I've seen Battlestar Galactica. The thing is, right? I mean, the one thing, right, that is quite important to be aware when it comes down to AI and looking at AI is that we fill the gaps ourselves all the time with unknown. If there's certain things we don't really know, we project ourselves and we assume an AI works similarly as a human, but it's not. It's actually a very, like, certain parts are very similar, but other parts are very different. Like, AI is missing many components that is just part of us, like, you know, an idea, a sense of self, like a world like the world simulator that we, you know, experience, the idea that the fact that physics is wired into our DNA. It's like we intuitively experience certain things that is just very obvious to us that for an AI system is just not there. So as a result, when we then also assume where is the future gonna be, we project ourselves very much into the system. But the problem is, like, AI doesn't work that way. AI just doesn't emerge and is intelligent in a general way. It's very specifically intelligent. It can just get very good at solving very specific problems, but it doesn't generalize well at all. And if that was the case, if it could already generalize, then we would have already gotten replaced. Now the thing is, though, even within the AI field, there is hurdles when it comes down to specializing in certain areas. That's why, I mean, with math or whatever, you know, like mathematicians were like still way better, but with this reasoning system, they really, like, these models have become so much better than most people, right? And that's the thing. Like, I would say right now, when it comes down to mathematicians, it's really scoring, what is it, 82% or something?
So
Well,
Inner Sane is asking, but it can only reason within the boundaries of the data set, right? But from my understanding, that's like how it was before. But now with
no,
this, you're
no,
teaching
it can reason. It can reason within the boundaries of the data set. Yeah, that's true what he says.
It's confirmed within its own system. It can't
Yes.
gain new knowledge.
Well, that, I would say that is not fully accurate, because when we assume new knowledge, we assume we are taking it out of the unknown. We're extracting it out of the unknown. But the thing is, a lot of new knowledge is literally already present within the data set.
Yes, it's like
It's
the pattern recognition of being able to connect the dots and
Well, yeah,
create
like,
something new.
I wouldn't say even create something new. Sometimes some like very big discoveries are right in front of us.
Yeah.
Like, if you grab all the papers from a specific field and you just combine them, there is really a lot of knowledge and a lot of discovery right there without having to figure anything extra out.
Yeah.
And that's also the thing, right? Like,
It's more about the combination of things.
yes, like even with current LLMs, right, you can literally go and say, can you make a rap song using the Shakespearean style in an Orwellian Orwellian you know, society, and it can perfectly do it. Like even though you could argue, yeah, but like, it's just mixing these three styles. It's not coming up with its own style, but that mixing these three styles on and by itself would be considered already a new style, you know, like,
Yeah.
so while it is true that it can't go beyond the data set, you don't need to go beyond the data set to get a lot of the gains, because a lot of the discoveries and the advancements when it comes down to anti-aging, like when it comes down to curing cancer or whatever, right? A lot of these things, like a lot of these answers are already within the data we have, but we just don't have the human capacity to filter all this data. Like, the DNA, and it's too much information.
Okay, there's a lot of questions here. So, like, just to quickly, Deluxe says, so do you think you can come up with new hypotheses this way or that way?
Well, what is a new hypothesis? You can, like, AI will be able to build hypotheses that we haven't thought about. But are they new? They're still like, it's like, I'll give you guys a very simple example, right? Matrix multiplication. It's like you have matrix multiplication, and matrix multiplication requires a certain amount of steps, right? And basically, what is it that we use, like 21 steps or something for a specific multiplication? I'm just making it simple. Well, AI managed to find a way to do it in 18 steps. And that was a way that didn't exist before, like we didn't know, right? Same with protein folding, right? When you look at protein folding, I mean, like, what was it, alpha, whatever the fuck, or what is it called, alpha, whatever. There's a word, like there's a system, right, for the protein fold, like, has managed to calculate millions of proteins, right, that did not exist, and they can just, get simulated and everything. So this is new stuff, like, although it's within the, it is just within the data,
Okay. Inner Sane asks, it will be great at completing puzzles, but will never be so-called self-aware.
The thing is, right, I do want to say something about that. Whether it's self-aware or not, does it matter? It's like when you are in a situation where all humans can be replaced, right, and AI is just superiorly intelligent, like, we will just as humans, we will either have to merge with it, or we will just fade away, because our relevance will just, what?
And also self-awareness, what is it? Like, why is it that you experience yourself as you and I experience myself as I? It's because it's practical. But if in the future that isn't the practical sense anymore of intelligence, then, like, what defines, like, this is self-awareness, so to speak?
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, it's like yeah, like, yeah, it's true what you say. It's like, what you do is a bit either way. But yeah, I'm thinking about this stuff a lot, because a lot of people see DeepSeek, right, and they go like, oh, OpenAI is done, or this or that. But, like, man, it's like, it's a very...
What makes you guys believe AI is close to becoming powerful enough to change the world?
No, it's like, this is just undeniably going to happen now. Undeniably. Like, shit is gonna hit the fan really quick. You're gonna have agents. Actually, this year already. Agents are autonomous AI systems that can do stuff for you, and they're gonna be quite accurate, because it can really reason itself within a context, right? Of course, you need to train it, but it's not gonna be, yeah, it's not gonna be that. It's not that far off, like this year. Because the problem with AI, like even last year and the years before, is it's not reliable enough. It hallucinates, it makes a lot of mistakes, but this reasoning thing, right, can really make up for a lot of that. And I think it will hit an accuracy that surpasses human error this year already, in specific areas, not everywhere, Oh, it's coming for us. AI is coming for us. It's just undeniable.
Flow Like Water is asking, what have you concretely been thinking about? Trying to understand it, or what? I mean, you understand it, but, like, what is it?
What I'm thinking is, what is the next thing? Well, actually, that's not even true, because I know what the next thing is. Like, what I'm more thinking is, where can we put our focus where others aren't, that is essential to achieve ASI. That's what I'm thinking about very concretely. And it's important to make the right call, because if we go into the wrong direction, we waste resources, time that we can't afford, because it is a race. The race is on. And I don't think there is that much longer we don't have that much more time left to make that, that ASI nugget that, that could really start the snowball. Man, this is so crazy. We are living in a world like everything is gonna change, man. This is so insane.
Okay, last questions before I go offline, guys.
I mean, they literally, like, reasoning has been solved through reinforcement learning. I don't know, man. It's like, it's such an easy fix. And you know what's fucking crazy, right, about this with the reinforcement learning, right? That a stronger model has much better benefits through this reinforcement learning than smaller models, because a bigger model is more intelligent at coming with better chain of thought. How fucking crazy is that? So the more intelligent the model, well, the bigger the model, the bigger the gains. It's really like, it's undeniably intelligence that we are witnessing. We are witnessing the creation of intelligence, and there is so few, like, I mean, if you're really into AI, then you see this and you're like, what the fuck? But people that just go on by their life, right? It's like, and the paper, it's available. People can go and read it, right? I'm not here, like, there is nothing I'm saying here that is really, that is like, I'm not guessing right now. This is not me theorizing or philosophizing. No, you can go and really, like, read, like scientific method, right? Just paper, look at the graphs, look at the numbers, try out the models. We are literally witnessing the birth of the creation of intelligence, and everybody's just going on with their day. It's crazy. It's just crazy. Everything is going to change.
Okay, flow like water. There are a few questions and then we're gonna wrap up. What would you do if you were the first to figure it out?
What I would do is I would have the truth define its moral compass rather than what I want or any other human wants. Like, we need to remove our control and our ability to inject the bias in the data that these systems are susceptible to, because it is control and human error or human greed or human flaws that will turn this intelligence into something that can destroy us, including myself. It's like, I'm not, like, the one thing that is that is the biggest threat to our current our current progress is the extent to which we will screw it up for ourselves. And the thing is there is no need. That's the crazy part. Like, if AI is done well and there is abundance for everyone, but of course, like, I mean, you got to give away control. You got to trust the AI's intelligence to figure out, because, I mean, that's where we're heading anyway. The only thing we could do potentially is corrupt it with our own flaws as humans, and make it just go haywire. But like, if I'm in a position where I'm able to simulate it or whatever, then it's about the most important thing is giving away control to the system itself, and making sure it has all the components to make that correct assessment, and that is built on the truth, on reality, not on the simulation, the data we feed it or whatever, not on reality. So I do think it being really very much in tune or basically plugged into reality is crucial.
Okay. Fiabin says,
Yeah.
machine learning has been used and clearly understood for 70 years. This is nothing new.
Well, it depends, right? You could say the foundations of machine learning have been very similar throughout the past, I don't know how long. But the thing is, it's like, it's not because you know all the elements, right? Like in chemistry, right? How long do we know about all the building blocks of the universe, right? And I'm talking about all the elements like hydrogen, oxygen, whatever the fuck, right? Yet it doesn't mean we understand all the emergent behavior that comes out of it. And because for some reason, you know, these elements brought about what we are, intelligence and everything. So it's not because you understand the basic building blocks of what neural nets are and how the algorithms work, right? Which is basically, you know, the foundation of all the LLMs and everything, right? That you therefore understand everything that comes out of it. It's not like we are definitely making massive progress that will just revolutionize the world for the better or for the worse, and it's going to happen very quick. So yeah, like it's like whether we knew the basics or the foundations 70 years ago, that doesn't mean that it's not affecting or is going to affect our lives.
Will the DeepSeek R1 affect or improve your tech with the conversational AIs in any way?
Like, I'm not so much thinking about the conversational AIs right now, because it's like I mean, in the light of this, right, it's a gimmick. That's where it's very shaky for me, right? Like, do I focus on a product and improve the product, or do we focus on like going straight for ASI, right? I don't know where we are currently, and that's also what I'm really thinking about, and have been very much into thought about that, because the direction we take is very important, right? Is it already are we at a point where working on a product makes no sense because ASI will just wipe everything away anyway? And should we prepare towards that, or do we still have time to work on a product, build relevance, like get revenue streams? That's the thing, right? That's kind of the conundrum I'm dealing with, very concretely, actually. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do two last more questions, I guess.
So to answer the question, will it, depending on the direction we will take, it will improve it. But the other part is, it might improve it if we focus on the product and we still go for that, because we decide that we're better off waiting a bit longer to get more of these data points that give us really the direction on where to go. Otherwise, we will not be focusing on the product. We will keep it. We will polish it up because we have a big team here, right? But we won't be really actively trying to innovate on the conversational AI, unless maybe we try out certain things as we go. But yeah.
Innersane says, does it understand what it means to be self-destructive? He doesn't think so.
Does the AI know?
Yeah, what it means to be self-destructive.
Well, if it can really properly reason, right? Like, you can perfectly train it
to understand.
Yeah, to understand it. And if you go and you have a conversation right now with DeepSeek, right, it's already more capable than, I would say, 98% of all the people you talk with. Like, this DeepSeek is more insightful already. So yeah, like if you talk about self-destruction, like on an emotional level and everything, like, okay, yeah, a lot of these components are not present for the AI, but the thing is, the I would say the patterns are there, and that's also the thing. A lot of the things, like when you look at an AI and you talk to it, and you assume, it's not understanding what it says, it's not fully accurate. There is intelligence there. It's not the same as ours, because ours is more complicated. There is more components to it, but there is definitely intelligence and understanding. Undeniably, by the way. Undeniably.
Pan, do you think I could get unbanned on Athene's channel? It sucks not being able to speak in your chat when you are duo streaming. I made an appeal a few weeks ago, but for some reason I wasn't unbanned. What I said banned for didn't seem so bad to me, but perhaps I'm missing something.
What's
This
his
is
name?
one of my viewers. Or, well, I guess it's a joint viewer. Pino CCHI Pan. This is not one of the questions. Unban PINO CCHI Pan PAN.
Okay.
You're unbanned. Okay.
Don't even know if that was me. That wasn't me that banned you, or whatever.
How long can you sustain yourselves at the compound without worrying about cash flow?
Right now we're cash flow positive, meaning we make more than we lose. So if we keep the same revenue stream indefinitely, but I do suspect things to go down if we don't focus on keep innovating and marketing and whatever. So it's a bit like this is literally, I was talking about it even yesterday, you know, like if we should get funding or something and just focus on ASI all the way. But I don't think, I'm not comfortable with it, because what if it's too far off? I don't want to put myself into a position where I'd rather be fully independent. Yeah. I'd rather be fully independent.
Okay, I guess last question. How do you define reality? I think reality is subjective.
I mean, objective reality is defined as what holds to be true independently of what you believe and what you feel. So, like, you know, whether you believe gravity exists or whether you feel like it doesn't change it to be true. Now, what is subjective is when you stop believing in it or you stop feeling it, you basically, the value diminishes, like countries. If everybody stops believing America exists, and America isn't there anymore, it's a structure, it's a construct. Now you could still go philosophical and say, like, yeah, even the act of things holding true, whether you believe in it or you feel like it, is still experienced through your subjective experience. But that is, you know, that is actually not that relevant, because at the end of the day, when you want to think about stuff binary, whether something is true or not, that on and by itself is already a fallacy, since everything is probabilistic. And the moment you look at the truth and at the world from a probabilistic perspective rather than a binary one, whether something is either true or not, then it's not whether or not reality is subjective or not. It is, what are the odds that reality is real? And I would say that's way higher than it just being a dream, you know, like...
Well, is that real to you? Sorry.
But yeah, either way, it's like the entire debate whether reality is subjective or objective, like it's kind of irrelevant. I mean, fundamentally, you could always argue that it's subjective, but in practice, everything is probabilistic, and whether reality exists or not, I mean, it's fundamentally about the synergy between what you are and what you experience within reality. And reality does dictate the framework and the structure that we need to exist. Much more likely than not. It's much more likely that you need reality and follow these very specific physical laws for us to emerge from that, because every single thought, every single idea requires a very specific amount of neurons to fire, and math and logic to be true, than the other way around, that we exist on an experience and we bring about reality. I think it's way less likely that to be the case. Of course, it's possible. It's very, way, way, way less likely. So yeah.
Thank you, Athene, for coming on the morning show. We gotta wrap up. I'm getting a lot of emails for work, and you and I need to chat. So thanks for joining me this morning. Say bye to Athene. I'm gonna cut the stream.
See you guys. Have fun, guys.
All right. Are we streaming tonight?
Maybe I will showcase the video if it's done.
Will we level at all?
Aren't you going to rate someone?
Who should we
You fucking
raid?
fucking bloody fuck.
You bloody fuck. You're fucking you bloody. Who should we raid? Let's.
You can
have a
rate
look.
Fast Fee, I guess.
Yeah, we could. Let's do that. Fastfee is my good friend, and she's amazing. I love her. We've traveled a lot together. I hope I see her again soon. She's fantastic. You will love hanging out with her. Send her my love, everyone. And I will catch you tonight, probably. And if not that, one of these other days.
Have fun, guys, before the AI overlords take everything over.
Yes. Bye.
You got a raid.
Yes. We're
Right.
reading. We're going. 3, 2, 1. Go send her a heart if you can. Bye. I need to turn off the stream at the PC.